Hello, and welcome to another live stream here on my page, Sports Bonanza John on YouTube, Sports Kick John on Kick. We decided champion tonight in Major League Baseball, Los Angeles Dodgers, Toronto Blue Jays, Game 7 for all the marbles in Major League Baseball. We will preview this Game 7 momentarily. First of all, let's start off with a prayer. Lord Jesus, thank you for this day. Thank you for everything you do for us, Lord, and please protect these players and fans alike. Please keep everyone safe tonight, Lord, and please let this be safe for all of us, Lord, and do your will upon us, Lord, as well. Let's look over us, and I ask and pray this in your name. We pray this, Lord. Amen. Dodgers, Blue Jays, Game 7. This is game number 179 of the season for the Dodgers. Game number 180 for the Blue Jays. It comes down to one for the championship. Blue Jays playing in their second consecutive Game 7. They beat the Seattle Mariners in 7 in the ALCS. Pitching matchup in Game 7, at least to start. It's all hands on deck, you would think, as far as pitchers go. Shohei Ohtani getting the start in Game 7. He just started Game 5. He's going on just 2 days rest. Max Scherzer on the mound for the Blue Jays in this winner-take-all Game 7 for the championship. Here's the lineup the Los Angeles Dodgers will send out tonight. Shohei Ohtani, of course, leading off, pitching tonight. Will Smith, the catcher, will bat second. Freddie Freeman at first base will bat third. Mookie Betts, the shortstop, is the cleanup hitter. Max Muncy at third base will bat fifth. Teoscar Hernandez in right field hitting sixth. Teoscar Hernandez and Muncy flip-flop spots in the lineup tonight. Tommy Edman in center field bats seventh. Kike Hernandez in left field bats eighth. And Rojas at second base batting ninth and rounding out the Dodgers batting order. Ohtani, Smith, Freeman, Betts, Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez, Edman, Kike Hernandez, and Rojas. Batting order for the Dodgers in this Game 7. Max Scherzer getting the start on the mound tonight for the Blue Jays. Scherzer getting his third start of the postseason. He's 1-0. He's given up 5 runs, 8 hits in 10 innings. Walked 5. He has struck out 8 in postseason play. Postseason ERA 4.5. Scherzer started Game 3, that 18-inning marathon won by the Dodgers. Went 4 1/3 innings in that game. Gave up 3 runs, 5 hits. Walked 1 and struck out 3. Ohtani, of course, just pitched. Got the start 2 nights ago. Or I'm sorry, in Game 4, 3 nights ago. Going on 3 days rest. I'm sorry, I was incorrect. He got the Game 4 start, not the Game 5 start. My apologies. So he's going on 3 days rest. He got the loss in that game in Game 4. So he's trying to rebound for the Dodgers here tonight. I erroneously said he got the Game 5 start. He had started Game 4. So he's going on 3 days rest here tonight. So the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. All the marbles tonight after what a way to finish Game 6 last night. The game-ending double play where Barger got doubled off first base. One of the only times you will see a 7-4 double play. As the Blue Jays failed to get runners in, had second and third, no one out. But the Dodgers got out of it to force this Game 7 against the Blue Jays here tonight. Umpiring crew for this 7th and deciding game. Home plate umpire will be Jordan Baker calling the balls and strikes tonight. Adrian Johnson over at first base. Mark Wegner at second. John Tumpani at third. Alan Porter down the left field line. Adam Hamari, umpire down the right field line. Max Scherzer, on a side note, the oldest pitcher in Major League history to start a winner-take-all game in a playoff series. So we are just about set in the decider. Dodgers looking for their second consecutive championship. It would be the first back-to-back World Series champion. Yankees three-peated in 1998, 1990. Blue Jays looking for their first championship since going back-to-back in 1992 and 1993. So we'll know maybe in about 3 hours from now who will host the World Series trophy. Ohtani will lead it off for the Dodgers. Ohtani in the postseason hitting .254. 8 home runs. He has drove in 14. He has walked 15 times in the postseason. Max Scherzer completing his warm-up tosses on the mound. Roof closed at the Rogers Center. Alejandro Kirk, who got hit by a pitch and had to leave last night's game, back in the lineup and back behind home plate catching tonight. So here we go. In steps Ohtani. First pitch, Game 7, underway. Ball 1. Blue Jays have been going in their powder blue uniforms. Last few games, they go with the all whites tonight with blue lettering and blue numbers. 1-0 pitch. Outside, 2-0 to Ohtani. Foul away, 2-1. In the air, right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Ohtani starts off Game 7 with a leadoff single to right center. And it will bring up Will Smith. Will Smith in the postseason at .269. Hitting .250 in the World Series. Pitch to Smith, strike one. Scherzer's 0-1 pitch to Will Smith. Ripped to left, but foul, and Smith is in an 0-2 hole. Scherzer's 0-2 pitch on the way to Will Smith. Check swing. Nice stop by Guerrero. The underhand throw over to Scherzer covering first, and there's the first out. Here in the top of the first inning, Ohtani advances to second, and the batter will be Freddie Freeman. Freeman this postseason hitting .226. Of course, Freeman hit the game-winning home run in the 18th inning in Game 3. He's hitting 5 for 23 in this World Series. Freeman skies this one in the air to left center. On the edge of the warning track, the catch made. Ohtani tags, and the throw to third is going to be late, and Ohtani gets to third base with 2 outs. And here's the cleanup hitter, Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts this postseason hitting .239. Ohtani at third with 2 outs here in the Dodgers' first inning. Betts hitting just 4 for 26 in the World Series. Scherzer's pitch to Mookie Betts. Ball 1. This is a Dodgers team that has not hit particularly all that well in the postseason. In the postseason, coming into tonight, hitting just .230. That's a chopper to short. And Ohtani leadoff single is wasted as he is stranded at third base. The Blue Jays coming up in the bottom of the first against Shohei Ohtani. And the Blue Jays will send out this batting order. George Springer DHing and leading off. Nathan Lucas in left field will bat second. Guerrero at first base hitting third. Bo Bichette playing second base and hitting cleanup. Addison Barger in right field will bat fifth. Alejandro Kirk behind the plate catching and hitting sixth. Dalton Varsho in center field batting seventh. Ernie Clement at third base batting eighth. And Jimenez, the shortstop, batting ninth. Springer, Lucas, Guerrero, Bichette, Barger, Kirk, Varsho, Clement, and Jimenez, the batting order for the Toronto Blue Jays. Facing Shohei Ohtani on the mound. Going on 3 days rest. Ohtani making his 4th start of the postseason. He's 2-1. Suffered the loss in Game 4. He's given up 7 runs, 11 hits in 18 innings. He's walked 5. He has struck out 25. Postseason ERA of 3.5. How long will these starting pitchers go tonight? So here's Springer leading it off. Going to lead it off for Toronto here in the bottom of the first. Springer this postseason hitting .242. He's got 4 home runs. He's drove in 10. Mentioned the Dodgers as a team in the postseason hitting just .230. Toronto in postseason play as a team has been hitting .282 coming into tonight. So a 50-point difference between the two teams. As Springer will step in. Springer is still bothered by that injury that he suffered in Game 3. He's still been hobbling out there. But he is not going to let that keep him out of a Game 7. So Springer steps in the box here to lead off the bottom of the first for the Blue Jays. Ohtani's first pitch in the bottom of the first, coming up to George Springer. Not quite set yet. Now, since Ohtani is the starting pitcher when he gets relieved from this game, when and if he gets relieved in this game, he can go to the DH spot. If he was coming on in relief, he could not do that. But since he's in a since he starts on the mound, he can go down to DH once he gets removed from the mound. Now we're just about set to go in the bottom of the first. Springer steps in. To lead it off for the Blue Jays here in the bottom of the first. First pitch, way high, ball 1. Springer in this World Series hitting 5 for 15 for a .333 average. 1-0 pitch, way outside. It's 2-0. Ohtani's 2-0 pitch on the way to George Springer. And these first 3 pitches haven't been anywhere close. It's 3-0. Springer probably up there to take a pitch, maybe 2 now. And the 3-0 pitch. There's a strike on the outside corner, 3-1. Ohtani's 3-1 pitch to Springer. Lined into left center field. That's a base hit. Springer will stop at first with the leadoff single. And it'll bring up Lucas. Lucas this postseason hitting .288. Just 4 for 20, however, is Lucas in the World Series. Ball one. Nice scoop by Will Smith behind the plate. Lucas awaits Ohtani's 1-0 pitch. Strike one. Ohtani looks in on Lucas and delivers the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. One, two. Fouled away. Lucas stays alive. A ball and 2 strikes. One-two pitch on the way. Down in the dirt. Another nice stop by Smith. 2-2. Guerrero on deck. Two. That's foul. Count stays 2-2. Ohtani gets set for another 2-2 pitch to Lucas. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Lucas strikes out. Ohtani with a strikeout. And here's Vladimir Guerrero hitting .412 in the postseason. 8 home runs. He's drove in 15. Hitting .360 in the World Series, 9 out of 25. Ohtani's pitch to Guerrero, ball one. One-0. Down low, it's 2-0. Springer the lead at first, very short one. Swing and a miss on the 2-0 pitch to Guerrero. It's 2-1. It's 2-1. Down low, it's 3-1. Ohtani's 3-1 pitch to Vladimir Guerrero. Bounced foul. That'll run the count full. 3-2. Ohtani asking for a new baseball before the 3-2 pitch. Payoff pitch to Guerrero. Called strike 3 on the outside corner, and Springer's going to be caught stealing for an inning-ending double play. Another base running mistake by Toronto. One inning in the books. No score in Game 7. Dodgers and Blue Jays. There was only one out there, and with Springer being still on that gimpy leg, I was surprised to see him take off on a 3-2 pitch with one out. And it cost him as Guerrero was called out for a strikeout, and then the throw to second. Springer was nowhere near the bag, so it ends up an inning-ending strike him out, throw him out double play. So Max Muncy will be the leadoff hitter for the Dodgers in the second. Well, what a run this has been this year for the Toronto Blue Jays. This is a team that finished dead last in the American League East a season ago, and they have turned things around in a big way. They end up tying the Yankees for the AL East regular season title, end up tied with the Yankees for the best record in the American League, knocked out the Yankees in 4 in the division series before that classic 7-game series in the ALCS with the Mariners. And here they find themselves in a 7-gamer again for the World Series championship. Meanwhile, the Dodgers, as I mentioned, looking to go back-to-back and also looking for their 3rd World Series championship in 6 years to go along with their World Series they won in that COVID-shortened 2020 season. So Max Muncy will lead it off for the Dodgers here in the second inning. Max Muncy this postseason hitting just 173. 9 out of 52. Now, being a Saturday as this broadcast, as this live stream goes on, we'll get you updated on the out of baseball. We'll get you updated on the college, update you on the college football scores going on as well around the league on this Saturday. Scherzer to Muncy, first pitch, top of the second, is on the inside corner, strike one. Muncy, a 173 postseason average, and in the World Series, hitting just 3 for 24. 0-1 to Muncy, little high, 1-1. One pitch. That's downstairs. It's 2-1 now on Max Muncy. Scherzer only had a 10-pitch top of the first inning. 2-1, a foul ball, and that'll even the count 2-2. Scherzer looks in on Muncy and delivers the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Scherzer with his first strikeout. And it'll bring up Teoscar Hernandez. Teoscar Hernandez in the postseason hitting 269. 5 home runs. He's drove in 12. Strike one. 0-1 pitch to Teoscar Hernandez. In the air to right, barely having to move out there. Addison Barger, 2 outs. And he'll bring up the number 7 hitter for the Dodgers, Tommy Edman. Edman in the postseason hitting .233. Scherzer's pitch to Edman inside, ball 1. Edman just 4 for 25 hitting in this World Series. One 0 pitch, 2-0. Two 0 pitch to Edman from Scherzer. Edman sends it in the air deep to right. Barger at the warning track has room and makes the catch. And the Dodgers retired 1-2-3 in the second. Bottom of the second we go. Game 7. Dodgers Blue Jays, no score. Scherzer another 10 pitch. Another 10 pitch inning for him. And meanwhile, on the other side, Ohtani threw 18 in the bottom of the first. Bo Bichette will be the leadoff batter for Toronto in the bottom of the second. Bichette this postseason hitting .316. He's 6 out of 19. As Ohtani will come out for his second innings of work so far. Both teams managed 1 hit in the first inning. Ohtani was able to get to third, but was stranded there, and the Blue Jays base runner Springer was erased on a double play to end the bottom of the first. While we have a moment steering clear of Major League Baseball for a minute, let's run down at least the top 25 in college football. Finals from earlier. Number 1, Ohio State pulled away in the second half to beat Penn State 38-14. Number 2, Indiana just destroyed another opponent. This time it was Maryland 55-10. The Hoosiers just keep pouring it on game in and game out. Number 5, Georgia escaped Florida in Jacksonville 24-20. Currently in progress, number 7, Ole Miss at the half leads South Carolina 17-7. Number 8, Georgia Tech looking to stay unbeaten. They lead NC State 17-14. Number 9, Vanderbilt goes down at number 20, Texas. Almost had a heck of a comeback, but it fell 3 points short, 24-21. Upset of the day is number 10, Miami in overtime, falling to SMU 26-20. Carson Beck threw a pick in overtime, and SMU ended up with a touchdown on their overtime drive. Number 12, Notre Dame, 25-10 win over Boston College. Number 13, Texas Tech, 43-20 over Kansas State. Number 15, Virginia, 31-21 over Cal. Number 16, Louisville, 28-16 over Virginia Tech. Number 14, Tennessee in progress, leading number 18, Oklahoma, 10-7 second quarter. First pitch here, bottom 2, is inside, ball 1. One 0 pitch to Bichette. That's inside. It's 2-0. 2-0 Bichette. There's a strike at the knees. Counts now 2-1. Two one. Inside, now 3-1. Three-one pitch. That's ball 4, and that's a leadoff walk to Bo Bichette at the bottom of the second. And the batter will be Addison Barger. Barger this postseason hitting .357. One of the hottest bats in the Blue Jays lineup, as he's hitting .476 in the World Series. Strike one. One or 0-1 is outside. That'll even the count 1-1. Barger, the one that got caught off second base last night that ended Game 6. 1-1 is low, 2-1. Two-one pitch to Addison Barger. Strike two. Counts even, 2-2. Barger steps out before the 2-2 pitch. 2-2 pitch outside, full count, 3-2. Payoff 3-2 pitch on the way to Barger from Ohtani. Lined into right. That's going to be a base hit. Holding at second is Bichette, and the Blue Jays have 2 on with nobody out in the bottom of the second. And it will bring up Alejandro Kirk as Barger keeps his red-hot bat going. Kirk, the batter, he's hitting .242 in the postseason. He's got 5 home runs and has drove in 13. Hitting 6 for 21 for a .286 average in the postseason is Kirk. Strike one. Kirk pops up the 0-1 pitch in foul territory, and it is playable for Freddie Freeman for the first out. So Kirk fouls out, and it will bring up Dalton Varsho, hitting 7th tonight for Toronto. Postseason average is at .243, but hitting just 5 for 26 in the World Series. Looks like Bo Bichette's. It showed the replay of him running from first to second on the single. Looks like he's favoring that right leg a little bit. Strike one to Varsho. Strike one pitch is outside. Counts even, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Strike two on the outside corner. 1 and 2 on Dalton Varsho. One, two. Upstairs, 2 and 2. Here comes the 2-2. Varsho sends it in the air to right. Teoscar Hernandez with the catch for out number 2. And it'll be up to Clement here in the second for the Blue Jays. Clement hitting .397 in the postseason, and he's 9 for 26 here in the World Series for a .346 average. First and second, 2 outs. Check swing foul, strike 1. Clement has a 12-game hitting streak going here in the postseason. Last time he did not get a hit was game 1 of the ALCS against Seattle. That's line into right center for a base hit. Bichette will put on the brakes at third, and the Blue Jays have loaded the bases with 2 outs for Andres Gimenez. Gimenez hitting just .213 in the postseason. Looking for a 2-out hit to give the Blue Jays the early Game 7 lead. Clement's hitting streak now at 13 in the postseason. And Mark Prior makes his way out to the mound to have a talk with Ohtani. Might be the hitter the Blue Jays want up there. Gimenez has done very well with runners in scoring position. Has Ohtani already nearing the 40 pitch mark here in the second inning. Gimenez ready, bases loaded, 2 outs, pitched by Ohtani, ball 1. One-0 pitch, strike 1. Bichette at third, Barger at second, Clement at first. And here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Now 1-2 the count on Gimenez. Ohtani's 1-2 pitch. Fouled away. Gimenez stays alive. Ohtani's 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He strikes out Gimenez, and the Blue Jays leave him loaded in the second. On we go to the third. Game 7, no score. Dodgers, Blue Jays. Kike Hernandez will be the leadoff batter in the third for the Dodgers. Updating a couple of those other college football scores. Number 21, Michigan at the half, leading Purdue 14-7. And NC State has just taken a 21-17 lead over number 8, Georgia Tech. Number 22, USC trails Nebraska 7-6. Later on, one of the featured games of the day out in Salt Lake City, College Game Day was there. Number 24, Utah hosting number 17, Cincinnati. A game I unfortunately will not be able to watch, having YouTube TV and Disney having their little kerfuffle scuffle they're doing. I found that out the hard way earlier today when I tried to live stream Navy in North Texas. Here we go into the third, no score. Kike Hernandez will lead off the third here for the Dodgers. Kike Hernandez hitting .254 in postseason play. So both teams have had opportunities so far. Dodgers stranded Ohtani at third in the first. Blue Jays left him loaded in the second. Quite the difference in pitches, though. Scherzer has just thrown 20 pitches through 2 innings. Ohtani has thrown 43. So on we go to the top of the third inning. First pitch, top 3, Scherzer to Kike Hernandez. Strike 1 at the knees. Oh, 1 pitch a little low. That'll even the count, a ball and a strike. One. In the air, left center field, playable for Varsho. He's got it for out number 1 here in the top of the third. And he'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Miguel Rojas. Rojas hitting 3 for 13 in the postseason. Strike 1. Well, Max Scherzer, this is his 4th time he's appeared in the World Series with 4 different teams. Won it in 2019 with Washington and 2023 in Texas. Came up short in 2012 when he was a member of the Tigers. 0-1 pitch is foul, and it's 0-2 now on Rojas. Ohtani's on deck. Oh, 2 pitch, outside and low, 1-2 now the count on Miguel Rojas. Pitch swing and a miss. Rojas strikes out. Strikeout number 2 for Scherzer, and we're back to the top of the order in Ohtani. Singled his first time up. Bases empty, 2 outs for Ohtani here in the top of the third. Scherzer's pitch in the air to left. And at the warning track, the catch is made in left field by Lucas. 1, 2, 3 go the Dodgers in the third. We go to the bottom of the third inning. 0-0. Dodgers Blue Jays game 7 and a 8-pitch top of the third for Max Scherzer. To be the top of the order for the Blue Jays, Springer, Lucas, and Guerrero in the bottom half of the third inning. Springer started off with a single in the bottom of the first inning. Well, here on November 1st, it's the final day of the Major League Baseball season. And we will have about 4 months off until the new season begins March 25th. Yankees and Giants to open up next year's Major League Baseball schedule. Also next season, the A's again will be playing in West Sacramento next year. They will host 2 series in Las Vegas at Las Vegas's AAA ballpark. Couple of highlights for next year's Major League Baseball season. We got this one to finish off first. We're scoreless here in the bottom of the third. Ohtani back to work. A high pitch count through 2 innings for him at 43. Like there's a discussion here about pitch clock or something that John Schneider was talking to the umpire about, looked like. But we're set to go. Bottom three. First pitch to Springer, fouled back. And again, drops to one knee. That knee is still really painful, you can tell. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Ohtani's 0-2 pitch to Springer. Fouled away. Count stays 0-2. Oh, 2 outside and low, 1-2 on Springer. Robleski already loosening in the Dodger bullpen. Springer lines it into left. That's going to fall in front of Kike Hernandez for a base hit. Springer 2 for 2. And the Blue Jays have their leadoff man on again for Lucas. Lucas, a strikeout victim his first time up. Ohtani's pitch to Lucas. Lucas shows bunt and gets the job done. That'll advance Springer to second. And the sacrifice bunt successful. And it'll bring up Guerrero. He almost beat that at first base, too. Ohtani only threw him out by about a step. So here's Guerrero, the runner in scoring position and 1 out. Guerrero struck out, and he struck out when Springer was thrown out on the strike him out, throw him out double play to end the first. That gets away from Smith, and Springer will advance to third. That'll be a wild pitch. Or at least I think it'll be a wild pitch. And now they're going to intentionally walk Vladimir Guerrero to put runners at the corners for Bo Bichette. One to set up a double play. Bichette walked his first time up. Ohtani with the pitch to Bichette. In the air, center field, and deep back, and goodbye! Bichette sends it out to center. A 3-run home run. 3-0 Toronto in the third. So the intentional walk to Guerrero backfires, and Bichette makes them pay. That was a blast. 442 feet to center field. And Ohtani is done on the mound with 1 out in the third. A very short Game 7 outing on the mound for Shohei Ohtani. Robleski coming in to pitch for the Dodgers. So that will move Ohtani to the DH. Robleski coming on for the fourth time in the postseason. Second game in a row we've seen him. Hasn't given up any runs yet. He's given up 2 hits. He struck out 4. Robleski last night pitched an inning, gave up 1 hit and struck out 2. He threw 16 pitches in last night's game. A Bo Bichette 3-run home run has dented the scoreboard in Game 7. Barger will be the batter once Robleski completes his warm-up tosses. Barger singled his first time. That was against Ohtani. And now we'll face Robleski. First pitch to Barger, strike 1. Robleski's 0-1 pitch to Barger. Hit foul, third base line. It's 0-2. Interesting stat. Both teams have now hit 8 home runs in this World Series. The difference is 7 of the 8 Dodgers home runs have been of the solo variety. 6 of the 8 for Toronto have been multiple RBI home runs. Barger into right center, and his hot streak continues as that bounces in center field in front of Tommy Edman. And Barger's 2 for 2. And the batter's Alejandro Kirk. Kirk 0 for 1 tonight so far. Robleski's pitch, strike 1. Kirk fouled out to Freeman his first time up, back in the second. Kirk sends this one into right center. Edman's going to get there for the catch for out number 2. And Barger retreats back to first base. Batter will be Dalton Varsho. Runner at first, 2 outs. Pitch to Varsho's down low, ball 1. Varsho flew out back in the second inning, his first time up. Check swing foul, third base side, counts even 1-1. One pitch. Strike 2. 1-2 the count on Varsho. Tyler Glasnow is starting to stir in the Dodgers bullpen. Robleski's 1-2 to Varsho, swing and a miss. And that'll do it in the bottom of the third. But a Bo Bichette 3-run home run gets the scoring started tonight. We move to the fourth in Game 7. Blue Jays lead at 3-0. So the line on Ohtani, 2 1/3 innings, gave up 5 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned. He walked 2, he struck out 3, 51 pitches in his final pitching performance of the season. So the Dodgers will have to come from behind in this one if they want their second consecutive championship. It'll be Will Smith, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the fourth for the Dodgers. So Will Smith will lead it off in the top of the fourth for the Dodgers. Smith is 0 for 1. As Max Scherzer has only thrown 28 pitches through 3 innings. Only given up the leadoff single to Ohtani so far back in the first. Top of the fourth, Scherzer against Will Smith. First pitch in the air into left center field, and that is gonna be off the glove of Varsho, and it bounces. Will Smith's gonna end up at second with a leadoff double. Varsho tried to leap in front of the wall to make the catch. It'd be a leadoff double here in the fourth for Will Smith. And Freddie Freeman will be the batter. Strike one on the inside corner. A 1. Upstairs, 1-1. Line base hit over second. Smith will have to hold at third because he had to wait to leave from second base to make sure it wasn't going to be a leaping catch. But the Dodgers have runners at the corners with nobody out here in the fourth, trying to answer that last Toronto inning. And Mookie Betts will be the batter. Betts takes ball one, up and in. Betts grounded out to end the top of the first. 1-0. There's a strike. 1-1. One pitch to Mookie Betts. In the air, popped up. That's not going to get the job done. Catch made by Barger. Smith will have to hold at third. That was in very shallow right center field. So now one out and runners at the corners, and the batter will be Max Muncy. Muncy struck out his first time back in the second. Runners at the corners, one out. Foul ball, strike one. Blue Jays bullpen starting to loosen. Seranthony Dominguez warming up for Toronto. Strike one pitch. Low and inside. That'll even the count, a ball and a strike. Will Smith at third, Freddie Freeman at first. The two base runners. 1-1 pitch is outside, 2-1. Scherzer delivers the 2-1 to Max Muncy. Ball three. This will be the 40th pitch for Scherzer. Foul ball on the 3-1 pitch, and that'll run the count full. Do you take a chance if you're Freddie Freeman and try and take off on this 3-2 pitch with one out? Got Teoscar Hernandez on deck. Payoff pitch. Foul ball. Muncy just got a piece of that one. Count stays 3-2. Three-two pitch and time called before the 3-2 pitch. Ball four, and they are loaded for Teoscar Hernandez. Bases loaded, one out. Teoscar Hernandez flew out back in the second. He has hit a home run in this World Series. Inside, ball one. 1-0 pitch from Scherzer to Teoscar Hernandez. Lined into center. Diving catch by Varsho. Tagging and scoring is Smith. But Varsho saved at least one run right there, maybe two. Sacrifice fly for Teoscar Hernandez makes it a 3-1 game. So first and second, 2 outs for Tommy Edman. Dalton Varsho, a Gold Glove winner a year ago, and a play like that shows you why. That would have at least made it a 3-2 ball game, if not tied it up, had that ball gets by Varsho. Ball 1 to Tommy Edman. Edman flew out to end the top of the second. Edman takes outside. It's 2-0. Scherzer's 2-0 pitch. Line, diving, stop by, catch by Guerrero. Diving into foul territory to end the top of the fourth. Dodgers get one, but two phenomenal plays defensively. One by Varsho and one by Guerrero. Stop any further damage in the inning for the Dodgers. They strand two. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Still, Blue Jays 3-1, leading the Dodgers. And the question is, will that be it for Max Scherzer? We saw Seranthony Dominguez warming in the bullpen. Be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Blue Jays, Clement, Jimenez, and Springer in the bottom of the fourth. So Clement, 1 for 1 in this game, will lead it off in the bottom of the fourth for the Blue Jays. Single his first time up. Robleski back out on the mound. Pitched 2/3 of an inning to get out of that third inning with no further damage following the 3-run home run by Bichette. First pitch, bottom 4. Hit to short. Betts, 1 pitch, 1 out in the bottom of the 4th inning. And it'll bring up Andres Gimenez. Gimenez, a strikeout victim his first time up. And that pitch comes up and in to Gimenez, ball 1. One 0 pitch. Strike 1 at the knees. Counts even 1-1. One one. Bouncer foul. 1-2 now the count on Andres Gimenez. One 2 pitch. Up and in again. 2-2. Two and two, the count on Gimenez. And here's the pitch. That does hit him. That is the 3rd time now. I think we're going to get a warning on both sides. Gimenez is hot, and now we've got the benches clearing. That is 2 pitches almost hit Gimenez. That 3rd one did. And now the bullpens and benches are all clearing. There's no way. You're already down 3-1. There's no way Wrobleski's intentionally trying to hit Gimenez there. He was just struggling on with his control on that at bat. And especially, you're definitely not intentionally trying to hit Gimenez to get to George Springer, who's 2 for 2. So, if calmer heads have prevailed here, Gimenez is not happy, and I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, he had 2 almost hit him, and that 3rd one did. So, I don't blame him for being upset. But again, there's no way Wrobleski's intentionally trying to hit him. John Schneider and Freddie Freeman having a cordial conversation there as John Schneider heads back to the dugout. And Springer coming up, who's 2 for 2 so far in the game. And John Schneider having a discussion with a couple of the umpires as he heads back to the dugout. So now calmer heads have prevailed. Jimenez at first. Robleski still on the mound. And George Springer, the batter. They're going to give Robleski a couple warm-up tosses after the slight delay there. Now here comes Springer into the batter's box. Couple singles in the game for Springer. Robleski's pitch, ball one. Robleski's 1-0 pitch to Springer. The comebacker hits Robleski, and everybody's going to be safe. Springer hit that one. It hit Robleski, and Springer is 3 for 3. It hit Robleski and bounced into foul territory on the third base side, and there was absolutely no play by the time Will Smith able to get to that one. So Springer with a 3-hit game, and it'll bring up Lucas. Now the trainer going out to have a look at Robleski. Tyler Glasnow is now loosening in the bullpen for the Dodgers. So here's Lucas, 0 for 1. He had a sacrifice bunt last inning. First and second, 1 out for the Blue Jays in the fourth. Pitch, foul ball, strike one. Guerrero on deck. Oh, 1, the count on Lucas. And Robleski's 0-1 pitch. Strike two. Oh, 2 is a little high. 1 on Nathan. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Lucas strikes out. Out number 2 here in the bottom of the fourth, and it'll bring up Guerrero. And out comes Dave Roberts. He's going to get Glasnow, and I'm sure Robleski's going to get serenaded by the Blue Jays fans as he walks back to the dugout. Glasnow is coming in with 2 on and 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth. So Glass now a starter for the Dodgers, coming in to pitch for the second night in a row in relief. He threw the final 3 pitches of the game last night to get the save. This postseason for Glass now, this is his 6th appearance. He's given up 3 runs and 12 hits in 19 innings. He's walked 11. He has struck out 23. Postseason ERA this year for Glass now is 1.42. Comes in with runners at first and second, 2 outs, and Guerrero the batter. So Robleski, an inning and a third, 2 hits allowed. Struck out 2 through 21 pitches. Didn't give up any runs yet, but the 2 runners on at first and second are his responsibility. So Guerrero will be up against Glass now, looking to add some insurance for the Blue Jays here in the bottom of the 4th. First and second, 2 outs. Guerrero coming up to the plate. Guerrero's 0 for 1. He has walked, and he scored on the Bichette 3-run homer in the 3rd. Glasnow's first pitch to Guerrero. Ball 1. Everybody standing at the Rogers Center. 1-0 to Guerrero. Strike 1. Counts even, 1-1. One pitch to Guerrero. Little high, check swing over to first, and no swing, says the first base umpire. It's 2-1 on Guerrero. 2-1 pitch. Low and outside, and it's 3-1 on Guerrero. Bo Bichette, who hit the 3-run home run last inning, is on deck. Jimenez at second, Springer at first, the 2 base runners. 3-1 pitch on the way to Guerrero. In the air to right center, playable. Edman is there. The Blue Jays strand 2 more in the 4th. They've left 6 runners on base through 4 innings. We head to the 5th. Blue Jays lead at 3-1. Kike Hernandez, Rojas, and the top of the order, Ohtani, due up for the Blue Jays in the 5th inning. And have we seen the last of Scherzer, or will he be back out for the 5th? He's only at 47 pitches, but ran into some problems there in the 4th when he gave up the run. Update some college football scores for you. Number 7, Ole Miss, after 3, leads South Carolina 20-14. Number 21, Michigan, struggling a little bit tonight with Purdue, but they do lead at 14-10. Number 8, Georgia Tech, trailing NC State 24-20. Georgia Tech looking to stay undefeated. Number 18, Oklahoma, leads number 14, Tennessee, in Knoxville at the half, 16-10. Number 23, number 23, USC, trailing at Nebraska, 14-6 in the third quarter. Few updated college football scores for you. Kike Hernandez to lead off the top of the fifth for the Dodgers. 0 for 1. Ohtani due up third here in the fifth. And Scherzer is back out, at least to start the top of the fifth inning. So here we go. Scherzer against Kike Hernandez to lead off the top of the fifth. Blue Jays have already pounded out 7 hits against Dodger pitching. They've out-hit the Dodgers 7-3 through 4 innings. First pitch, top of the fifth. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch. Swing and a miss, and Kike Hernandez behind in the count, 0-2. Lewis Varland and Mason Flaherty warming up for the Blue Jays. Sir Anthony Dominguez was warming up earlier. 0-2 pitch to Kike Hernandez, low and outside, 1-2. That was pitch number 50 for Max Scherzer. 1-2 pitch. Inside, 2-2. Two. Low, but the check swing, and first base umpire says Kike Hernandez went around. That's strikeout number 3 for Scherzer. And the batter's Miguel Rojas. Kike Hernandez didn't think he went. Yeah, I think he did. Rojas 0 for 1, takes strike 1. Rojas struck out his first time. Oh, 1 pitch. That's lined into left field. That's going to be a base hit for Rojas. And Rojas has a 1-out single, and Ohtani will step up as the tying run here in the 5th inning. Third time through the lineup now for the Dodgers. And out comes John Schneider. So Scherzer will not be facing Ohtani as John Schneider's coming in to get Scherzer. 4 1/3 innings. And Scherzer will exit to a nice hand from the Blue Jay fans. So Scherzer, 4 1/3 innings, give up 4 hits, 1 run was earned, at least so far. He is responsible for the runner on first. 1 walk and 3 strikeouts through 54 pitches in his final appearance of the season. And Lewis Varland will come on to pitch for the Blue Jays. Varland is on for the 15th time in this postseason. He's 0-1. He's given up 7 runs, 13 hits, 15 1/3 innings. Walked 3 and struck out 17. His postseason ERA at 4.11. Comes in with a runner at first and 1 out, and Ohtani as the tying run at the plate. Ohtani's 1 for 2 so far. He singled to lead off the game. So a runner at first is Rojas. First pitch to Ohtani is a foul ball. Strike 1. Varland acquired by the Blue Jays at the trade deadline from Minnesota. One strike pitch to Ohtani. Swing and a miss on a pitch way inside. It's 0-2. Varland's 0-2 pitch to Ohtani, who's now DHing. On the ground, through into right field for a base hit. Rojas will hold at second. Ohtani's 2 for 3 with a couple singles. And that'll bring up Will Smith. As now the Smith represents the go-ahead run. Smith doubled his last time and scored the Dodgers' run in the 4th. Varland's pitch to Will Smith. Strike 1 on the outside corner. Oh, 1, a little outside and low. 1-1 the count to Will Smith. One pitch. In the air to center. Varsho with a play on it. 2 outs. Rojas fakes the tag and will hold at second. And it'll be up to Freddie Freeman with runners at first and second and 2 outs. Freeman is 1 for 2. Singled his last time up, bounces this one foul, first base side, strike one. Varland's 0-1 pitch to Freeman. That's low, 1-1. Good stop by Kirk. Keep that from going to the backstop. Varland's 1-1 pitch to Freddie Freeman. In the air to center. Varsho barely having to move. He's got it. The Dodgers are done in the fifth. Varland comes in and strands runners at first and second. Midway through Game 7, 3-1 Blue Jays. Be the top of the order for the Blue Jays. No, it won't. No, that's not. The thing I look at here has the top of the order for the Blue Jays due up, but that's not right. It's going to be 4, 5, and 6. Bichette, Barger, and Kirk due up in the bottom of the fifth. Three runs, 7 hits for the Blue Jays. They have left 6 on base. 1 run, 5 hits for the Dodgers. They've stranded 5 on base. Runners left on base in this series has been a bit of an issue for both these teams. And both teams have left quite a few on tonight as well. Glasnow should be back out again here in the bottom of the fifth on the mound for the Dodgers. So bottom of the fifth. Bichette will lead it off. He hit the 3-run home run back in the third inning for Toronto's 3 runs tonight. And he's also walked. First pitch, bottom 5, ball 1. One-zero pitch. That's line caught at third base by Muncy. 1 out. Seen some good defensive plays tonight on both sides. Here's Barger. 2 for 2 tonight with a couple singles. Barger takes low, ball 1. Glasnow's 1-0 pitch to Barger. Strike 1. Chris Bassett now loosening for the Blue Jays in the bullpen. 1-1 pitch upstairs, 2-1. Two one pitch. Foul back. 2-2. Two pitch. Hit foul. We've got a bat replacement, it looks like, before this next pitch. 2-2, the count to Barger. Two. Barger strikes out. Glasnow got him to chase a low one. 2 down in the bottom of the 5th. And it'll bring up Kirk. Kirk tonight is 0 for 2. Outside corner, strike 1. Looking ahead to the Dodgers' 6th inning, it's going to be the middle third of the order. Betts, Muncy, and Teoscar Hernandez in the 6th. 0-1 is fouled back, and Kirk is in an 0-2 hole. Glasnow's 0-2 pitch to Alejandro Kirk. Lined into right center. That's going to get down for a base hit, and Kirk has his first hit of the night. A 2-out single here in the bottom of the 5th, and the inning continues for Dalton Varsho. Varsho 0 for 2 tonight. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Strike 1 pitch. Inside, that'll even the count a ball and a strike. Kirk a short lead at first, and the 1-1. On the ground to second. And Blue Jays down in the bottom of the fifth. We head to inning number 6. 3-1 Blue Jays. Again, 4, 5, and 6 due up for the Dodgers. Betts, Muncy, and Teoscar Hernandez. In the 6th inning. And it's going to be against Chris Bassitt, the new Blue Jays pitcher. Bassitt on for the 7th time in the postseason, has not allowed any runs yet and just 1 hit in 7 2/3 innings. He's walked 1. He has struck out 10. Just phenomenal numbers on the mound in the postseason for Bassitt. So Varland's line, he goes 2/3 of an inning, gives up 1 hit through 9 pitches in his final pitching outing of the year. And Mookie Betts will be the leadoff batter. He is 0 for 2 tonight. Both teams on their 3rd pitchers in this game. Updating some college football scores. We already had one top 10 team go down today, and that was Miami. And we've got another top 10 team that's undefeated in deep trouble. Number 8, Georgia Tech, is down 15 at NC State, 38-23. Just under 3 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. So will we have our second top 10 upset of the day in college football? So on we go. Top of the 6th, Bassitt against Mookie Betts. Dodgers down 2. Bassitt's first pitch, top of the 6th, outside, ball 1. One 0 pitch from Bassitt to Betts. Strike 1. Counts even, 1-1. Ground out and a fly out for Mookie Betts in his 2 at-bats tonight. One is a strike. It's now 1-2 on Mookie Betts. Bassitt looks in and delivers the 1-2 outside, 2-2. Two pitch. Outside, full count, 3-2. Bassitt's full count pitch to Mookie Betts. Outside, there's a leadoff walk in the top of the 6th. And Max Muncy will step in. Muncy's 0 for 1. He has reached on a walk and struck out. Pitch is foul for strike 1. Strike 1 pitch to Muncy from Bassett. Lined into right field. That's going to be a base hit. The Dodgers have the first 2 on here in the 6th. And here comes Teoscar Hernandez. Oh for 1, does have a sacrifice fly for the lone run of the game for the Dodgers, have brought in the lone run of the game. Sir Anthony Dominguez, who was loosening earlier in the bullpen, is back up loosening again. First and second, no one out for the Dodgers here in the 6th. Teoscar Hernandez at the plate represents the go-ahead run. Pete Walker getting on the telephone. Pitch to Teoscar Hernandez. Strike 1 on the outside corner. Strike 1 pitch. That's a little low, 1-1. One pitch. 2-1. That just missed high. Two one. Hit foul, counts even 2-2. Two and 2, the count on Teoscar Hernandez. Two pitch. Bouncer back to Bassett. He throws to second, 1. That's going to be all they get. So that'll put runners at the corners with 1 out. And Tommy Edman will be the batter. First and third, 1 out for the Dodgers on that fielder's choice for Teoscar Hernandez. And now Tommy Edman, flown out and lined out tonight, 0 for 2. Ball 1. Kike Hernandez is on deck. One 0 pitch from Bassett. Hit foul, 1-1. Bassett looks in and delivers the 1-1 pitch to Tommy Edman. In the air to center. Varsho with the catch. Here comes the tag. The throw home is cut off, and it's a sacrifice fly, and we have a one-run ball game, 3-2. Sacrifice fly for Tommy Edman drives in Mookie Betts. 3-2. And the batter's Kike. Pitch to Hernandez, strike one. First and second, 2 outs. And Rojas will be the batter. Blue Jays Game 5 starter Trey Yesavage in the bullpen along with Dominguez. Folks, apologies. Looks like I just lost connection there momentarily, but it looks like we're back going again. That's third day in a row that's happened. I got to try to figure out what's going on there. Rojas takes strike one. Tying run at second. Go ahead run at first. 2 outs. Rojas takes high, 1-1. One. Swing and a miss. 1-2 on Rojas. So Ohtani is on deck. Bassett's 1-2 to Rojas. Inside, 2-2. Two pitch. Bassett to Rojas. Line foul. Count stays 2-2. Two pitch. Upstairs, full count, and now the two base runners will get a head start on the 3-2 pitch. Payoff pitch. Bouncer. Bassett puts the tag on Rojas, and the inning is over. The Dodgers get 1 and strand 2 more. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Blue Jays clinging to a 3-2 lead. for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 6th. Clement, Jimenez, and the top of the order, Springer. Dodgers, with those 2 runners left on base, have now stranded 7 in the game. I'm going to update you on my upcoming live streams coming up. Be back on with you tomorrow night for Sunday Night Football, Seahawks and Washington. Tomorrow night, Sunday Night NFL, and then on Monday, usually I'm on Monday nights doing the Monday night live stream. However, I don't know if I'm going to have access with this little carriage dispute with YouTube TV and Disney. Monday night's the opening night of college basketball anyway, so I'm actually probably going to be on to do a college basketball game Monday night anyway. Looking at the schedule, well, I'll get back to you on what that college basketball game is going to be on Monday night. Might be on to do that Florida-Arizona game. Of course, Florida, the defending national champions. Florida and Arizona will be playing in Las Vegas. That's at the tentative schedule, as I'll be on Monday night for that opening night college basketball game, Florida and Arizona from Las Vegas. Bottom of the 6th we go here. 3-2 lead for the Blue Jays. First pitch, bottom 6 to Clement is ball 1. Clement's 1 for 2 with a single back in the 2nd. Swing and a miss. Counts even 1-1. One pitch. Down low. 2-1. Jimenez on deck, and then the top of the order, George Springer. Two one. 3-1. Three one pitch. Lined into left. That's a base hit for Clement, his second hit of the night. And he's got a leadoff single here in the bottom of the 6th. And the batter will be Jimenez. 9th hit of the game for the Blue Jays. Jimenez 0 for 1, shows bunt, pulls it back, ball 1. Jimenez was the one that was hit by the pitch in the 4th. Showing bunt again. Again pulls it back. It's 2-0. Glasnow looking in. Jimenez again shows bunt and pulls back again. It's 3-0. Top of the order, George Springer is on deck. 3-0 pitch. There's a strike, 3-1. Three-one pitch to Jimenez. Takes a strike, full count. And taking second base without a throw is Clement. So Clement gets himself into scoring position. He got a huge lead off Glasnow at first base. Payoff pitch. In the air to right center, and that's going to get down and roll to the wall. Clement rounding third. He will score. RBI double for Jimenez. 4-2 Blue Jays. A big insurance run for Toronto here in the bottom of the sixth. As it gets back to the top of the order, George Springer, who is 3 for 3 tonight. The Blue Jays back to their 2-run lead. Mark Prior, the pitching coach, coming out to talk to Glasnow on the mound. Andres Jimenez, with that RBI double, is now 8 for 19 with runners in scoring position in the postseason. That's an over 400 average. So he's the man you want up if you have a runner in scoring position, at least this year for Toronto. Here's Springer. Has not been retired tonight. Swing and a miss. Strike one. Strike one pitch to Springer. Upstairs, and that came up and in. 1-1. Any pitch that comes up and into a Blue Jay hitter right now is going to get these fans a little riled up. 1-1. Instead, they'll look back to second. Jimenez back in. One pitch to Springer. Outside corner, strike two. Looks like Treya Savage is ready to come in. Lucas is on deck. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Springer strikes out. First time he's been retired tonight. 1 out in the sixth. And the batter's Lucas. Lucas is 0 for 2 tonight with a couple of strikeouts. Glasnow's pitch, strike one. Lucas does have a sacrifice bunt. That came back in the third. Oh, 1. Line to center field, and Edman under it for the catch. Tagging is Jimenez, and he will reach third with 2 outs. And Guerrero will be the batter. Guerrero 0 for 2 tonight. He has reached on a walk, and he scored on the Bichette 3-run homer after being intentionally walked. Glasnow's pitch to Guerrero, ball 1. The man that hit the 3-run homer in the third, Bo Bichette, is on deck. 1-0 pitch. Bouncer to third. Muncy throw to first in time. That'll retire Guerrero. That'll retire the Blue Jays into 6. But they add a big insurance run on the RBI double by Jimenez. On we go to the 7th. 4-2 Blue Jays. And it is going to be Trey Yesavage coming in to pitch. Yesavage pitched, got the start in Game 5 for Toronto, pitched 7 innings and got the win. Threw 104 pitches in that game, so he's coming back in on 2 days rest in a relief appearance. Sixth appearance of the postseason. He has a 3-1 record. He's given up 10 runs, 17 hits, 26 innings, walked 10, struck out 39. Postseason ERA this season for Yesavage, 3.46. It'll be the top of the order for the Dodgers. Ohtani, Smith, and Freeman in the 7th inning. Ohtani is 2 for 3 tonight with a couple of singles. Yesavage comes in with a 2-run cushion. So the numbers on Bassett, he went an inning, gave up 2 hits, 1 run, and was earned. Walked 1. First pitch from Yesavage to Ohtani is a ball. One 0 to Ohtani downstairs, 2-0. Two 0 pitch. That's way down low, 3-0. Savage's 3-0 pitch to Ohtani. Strike one. Three one. That's a leadoff walk to Ohtani in the top of the seventh. And the batter's Will Smith. Smith is 1 for 3 with a double. He has scored one of the two Dodger runs tonight. Savage's pitch down low, ball one. So Savage, of his first 6 pitches, 5 of them have been out of the strike zone. And Kirk out to have a word with him. One 1-0 pitch. Strike one. 1-1 to Will Smith. Freddie Freeman on deck. One in the air, left center. Varsho has a play on it. 1 out. Ohtani fakes the tag to second and will retreat back to first. And here's Freddie Freeman. Freeman 1 for 3 tonight. Singled back in the 4th inning. Pitch to Freeman's high, ball one. One 1-0 is a strike. That'll even the count 1-1. One to Freeman outside, 2-1. Two 2-1 pitch to Freeman. Chopper to first. Guerrero throws the second one on to first. Double play. Inning-ending double play ends the 7th for the Dodgers. 3-6-3 double play. We are at the stretch in Toronto. Blue Jays lead it 4-2. Be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters, middle of the lineup. Bichette, Barger, and Kirk in the bottom of the 7th. And it'll be against the new Dodgers pitcher. 4th of the night. Emmett Sheehan coming in to pitch. out for the 6th time in the postseason. Struggled a little bit, giving up 7 runs, 11 hits in just 6 1/3 innings. He's walked 5. He has struck out 4. Postseason ERA 9.95. So here we go, bottom of the 7th. Bo Bichette leading it off against Sheehan. Bichette, the 3-run home run back in the 3rd. First pitch from Sheehan, bottom of the 7th. Swing and a miss. Bichette was going for a hard swing there. Strike 1. Sheehan's 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Boy, Bichette on these first 2 swings was swinging for Ottawa. I mean, those were hard swings. 0-2 pitch. Hit foul. Stays alive. 0-2. Sheehan's 0-2 pitch. Down low. 1-2. One, two. Swing and a miss. Bichette goes down swinging. 1 out in the 7th, and it'll bring up Barger. Barger 2 for 3. Ball 1. One 0 pitch to Barger. Strike 1. Counts even. 1-1. One, 1. Down low. 2-1. 2-1. Grounded to first. Freddie Freeman will take it to the bag himself. 2 outs. And here's Alejandro Kirk. Kirk 1 for 3. Singled back in the 5th. Kirk lines this one into right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Over there to cut it off is Teoscar Hernandez to hold Kirk to a 2-out single. His second hit of the night. Hit number 11 for the Blue Jays tonight. And here's Dalton Varsho. Varsho hitless in 3 at-bats tonight. A fly out, a strikeout, and a ground out for Varsho. Strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch. Up high. 1-1. One pitch on the way to Varsho. Hit foul. 1-2. Looking ahead to the Dodgers' 8th, it's going to be the middle third of the order. Betts, Muncy, and Teoscar Hernandez. 1-2 to Varsho, line foul. Count will stay 1-2. One-two pitch to Varsho. Swing and a miss. He got him. Blue Jays get a hit, but strand a runner. Their 9th runner left on base tonight. We go to the 8th. 4-2 Blue Jays. I'm assuming we're still going to see Trey Savage on the mound for the Blue Jays. Blue Jays 6 outs away from their first World Series championship in 32 years. See if they can finish it off. And get a couple of these updates from these college football games. Number 18, Oklahoma's come back to take a 23-17 lead over number 14, Tennessee. That game's going to the 4th. Number 23, USC has come back to take the lead over Nebraska 21-17. Number 24, Utah's jumped out to a 7-0 lead over number 17, Cincinnati. And it looks like number 8, Georgia Tech, is going to go down for the first time this year as NC State leads at 48-30. 3.5 minutes left in that one. So Mookie Betts will be the leadoff batter for the Dodgers here in the top of the 8th inning. Betts is 0 for 2. He's reached on a walk and scored a run. Scored on the sacrifice fly back in the 6th inning. That at the time had cut it to a 3-2 game before the Blue Jays added an insurance run in the bottom of the 6th. So Betts steps in against Savage here in the top of the 8th. First pitch, swing and a miss. Oh, 1. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Savage's 0-2 pitch to Betts. Hit foul, stays alive, 0-2. Jeff Hoffman, Blue Jays closer all season long, starting to loosen in the bullpen. 0-2 to Betts is a grounder to short. 1 out in the 8th. And here's Max Muncy. Excuse me. Muncy is 1 for 2. He's singled and he's also reached on a walk. Strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch. Down low. That'll even the count, a ball and a strike on Max Muncy. One. Muncy hammers it deep to right. If it's fair, it's gone. It's a home run for Max Muncy to right. And it's back to a 1-run game at 4-3 here in the 8th. Muncy goes deep for the 3rd time this postseason. And Teoscar Hernandez will be the batter. So that insurance run Toronto picked up in the 6th inning is huge right now. Teoscar Hernandez swings and misses for strike 1. 0 for 2 does have a sacrifice fly back in the 4th inning. 0-1 from Savage. Bouncer to second. 2 out. And Tommy Edman steps up with the bases empty and 2 outs. Savage is coming out of this game. And John Schneider is bringing in the closer, Jeff Hoffman, with 2 outs in the 8th. So Savage goes an inning and 2/3, gives up the 1 hit. That was the home run. He walked 1. He gives way to Jeff Hoffman, who's coming on to try to get a 4-out save and get the Toronto Blue Jays a World Series championship. Hoffman on for the 10th time in the postseason. He's got 2 postseason saves right now. He's given up 1 run and 5 hits in 11 innings, walked 4, struck out 16. His postseason ERA, 0.82. He will face Tommy Edman. Edman is 0 for 2 on the night. Does have a sacrifice fly in the game. Sacrifice fly back in the 6th. One-run lead for the Blue Jays. Max Muncy home run here in the top of the 8th has got this game closer. Hoffman to Edman. Ball 1. He had 33 saves in the regular season, did Hoffman. One-0 pitch. Outside, 2-0. If Edman gets on, Kike Hernandez is on deck. Two-0 pitch. Strike 1. Look, Blake Snell starting to loosen in the Dodger pen. 2-1 pitch is a chopper to second. And the Dodgers are retired in the top of the 8th inning. They get the home run by Muncy to get closer, but they still trail by a run as we go to the bottom of the 8th. 4-3 Blue Jays. Clement, Jimenez, and the top of the order Springer, the 3 scheduled hitters for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 8th. Four runs, 11 hits for the Blue Jays. They've left 9 on base. 3 runs, 8 hits for the Dodgers. They've left 7 on base. Pitchers of record right now. Ohtani'd be on the hook for the loss. And it would be Varland who would get the win as of right now. Blue Jays could desperately use some insurance, leading by the slimmest of margins. Ohtani will be due up 3rd in the top of the 9th. Clement to lead it off in the bottom of the 8th for the Blue Jays. He's 2 for 3 tonight. He has scored one of the 4 Toronto runs. Blue Jays have used 5 pitchers. Dodgers have used 4 pitchers. See who's coming, who's going to be pitching here in the bottom of the 8th is what I'm trying to see. Sheehan is going to be back out for the 8th inning. So Clement will be facing Sheehan, at least to start off the bottom of the 8th. Teams have combined to leave 16 runners on base tonight. First pitch, bottom of the 8th. Clement swings and misses for strike 1. Couple singles and a run scored for Clement. Sheehan's 0-1. Up high, 1-1. Kike, Hernandez, Rojas, and Ohtani, the 3 scheduled hitters for the Dodgers in the 9th. One. Clement hits it foul. Count goes to 1-2. One-two pitch. Down low. Did he swing? No, says first base umpire. 2-2. They appealed over there, but first base umpire Adrian Johnson says no swing. Counts even. 2-2 on Clement. In the air, left center field. That's going to be over the head of the left fielder, Hernandez, and off the wall. And it's going to be a leadoff double in the bottom of the 8th for Clement. And Ernie Clement, with his 3rd hit tonight, has set a new record for hits in a single postseason. That is Clement's 30th hit in this postseason. Previous record was Randy Arozarena's 29 back in 2020. Dodgers are bringing in Blake Snell to pitch. Sheehan's night is over. After an inning plus, he gave up 2 runs, struck out 2. He is responsible for the runner at second. And Blake Snell coming in a relief appearance. 6th appearance of the postseason for Snell. He's 3-2. He's given up 12 runs and 20 hits in 32 2/3 innings. 12 walks, 39 strikeouts. Postseason ERA this year for Snell, 3.31. The Blue Jays have a runner at second with nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. Couple of those college football updates. Number 23, USC's hung on to beat Nebraska 21-17. Number 21, Michigan holds off Purdue 21-16. Number 7, Ole Miss pulled away late. They beat South Carolina 30-14. So here we go. Snell on in relief to face Jimenez, who's definitely the man you want up there for Toronto, as he is hitting over 400 with runners in scoring position. Runner at second, no one out. Jimenez, who's 1 for 2 tonight. Looks like they're doing a little bit of repair to the pitcher's mound. Before this at bat, finishing up some pitching mound repairs. And Snell going to get a couple more warm-up tosses here before Jimenez steps up to the plate. Leadoff double by Clement here in the bottom of the 8th. Standing at second. Springer is on deck with his 3 hits tonight. So here we go. Jimenez steps in. Snell delivers first pitch to Jimenez. Again, Jimenez shows bunt, pulls back, ball 1. Jimenez was hit by a pitch by Robleski when the bench is emptied back in the 4th. And gets the bunt down here, but foul. And that'll even the count 1-1. One pitch. Hit caught by Muncy at third. And diving back in at second is Clement. 1 out. And the batter's George Springer. 3 for 4 tonight for Springer with 3 singles. Snell's pitch to Springer. Fouled away, strike one. Lucas is on deck. Again, for the Dodgers, Ohtani is due up third in the top of the ninth. Springer lifts this one foul. That'll reach the seats. It's 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Springer strikes out. 2 down in the 8th. And Lucas will not hit here. He's going to be lifted for a pinch hitter. Davis Schneider is going to pinch hit for Lucas. Schneider hitting 4 for 19 in the postseason. 2 for 9 in the World Series. Meeting on the mound before this Schneider at bat. So Schneider will move into left field, I would guess, in the top of the 9th defensively. So here we go. Snell against Schneider. Strike one. Clement standing at second, 2 outs. Down in the dirt, nice stop by Smith. 1-1 now. The count on Schneider. One pitch. Low, 2-1. Guerrero is on deck. Again, in the 9th for the Dodgers, Kike Hernandez, Rojas, and Ohtani. 8, 9, and 1 in the lineup. 2-1 is a strike on the outside corner. 2-2. Snell's 2-2 to Schneider. Swing and a miss. He got him. The Blue Jays squander the leadoff double. They've now left 10 men on base. Kike Hernandez, Rojas, and Ohtani in the 9th for the Dodgers. They trail by a run. And Hoffman to come on to try to get the final 3 outs and get the Blue Jays a World Series championship. Kike Hernandez is 1 for 3 tonight. With a single. 4-3 the score. Blue Jays have out-hit the Dodgers 12-8. It's been an error-free game. But again, runners on base continue to be a problem for both teams. Blue Jays have left 10, Dodgers have left 7, and the average with runners in scoring position tonight, Dodgers just 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Blue Jays 3 out of 14. So here we go, top of the 9th inning. Blue Jays clinging to the slimmest of margins. When you're like me, just sitting here with no rooting interest either way, all you wanted to see is a good competitive Game 7, and that is what we've got. Kike Hernandez to lead off the 9th for the Dodgers. Hoffman needing 3 outs. Everybody on their feet at the Rogers Center. First pitch, top 9, up and in to Kike Hernandez, ball 1. Davis Schneider does not stay in the game to play left field. Miles Straw comes into the game to play left field, replacing Lucas, who was lifted for Schneider, the pinch hitter. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. 1-1. Kike Hernandez singled back in the 6th inning. One pitch from Hoffman to Kike Hernandez. Hit foul, 1-2. One, two. Swing and a miss. 1 out in the 9th. Hernandez strikes out for the 2nd time, and here's Miguel Rojas. Rojas 1 for 3 tonight. He singled back in the 5th. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Max Scherzer, who started on the mound tonight in this Game 7, looking for his 3rd World Series championship. With 3 different teams. 0-1 is low, 1-1. Scherzer, a champion with Washington in 2019, the Rangers 2 years ago, and looking to get a 3rd ring as a member of the Blue Jays. One pitch. Down low, 2-1. Ohtani on deck. 2-1 to Rojas. Hit foul. Is it playable? It is not. It reaches the seats. 2-2. Two pitch on the way to Rojas from Hoffman. Fouled away, stays alive. Another 2-2 pitch from Hoffman to Rojas. A little off the plate, full count. Oh, the crowd and everybody thought it was strike 3. Yeah, it was close. I don't know how Rojas laid off of it. Count is full. 3-2 payoff pitch. In the air to left. Back it goes and it's gone! Rojas ties it in the 9th with a home run. 4-4 game. Wow. Miguel Rojas on a 3-2 pitch sends it out to left field. And this game 7 is tied at 4 in the 9th. Ohtani the batter. Rogers Center has gone very quiet. That's a ball hit to left field. On the warning track, catch made for out number 2 as Ohtani flies out to left. And here's Will Smith. That was a no-doubter from Rojas. That was a nice catch out there by a fan on the home run ball. Smith 1 for 4, strike 1. Smith doubled and scored in the 4th inning. Strike 2. 0-2 the count on Will Smith. Oh, 2 pitch, down low, 1-2. One, 2, down low, 2-2. Freddie Freeman is on deck for the Dodgers. Two pitch. Outside, full count, 3-2. Sir Anthony Dominguez up for the 3rd time in the bullpen for the Blue Jays. 3-2 pitch, called strike 3. Will Smith caught looking, but the Miguel Rojas home run in the 9th has tied it. The Blue Jays a chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th in a 4-4 game. Guerrero, Bichette, and Barger The 3, 4, and 5 hitters due up for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the ninth. Miguel Rojas, the Game 7 hero for the Dodgers at the moment. The Blue Jays coming up are going to try and win it in the bottom of the ninth. Guerrero hitless in 3 at-bats tonight. He did draw an intentional walk that backfired because the very next batter in the third inning, Bichette, hit the 3-run homer. So that will get Ohtani off the hook for the loss. But some big bats coming up for the Blue Jays. Blake Snell back out to pitch the bottom of the ninth. So Blake Snell to face Vladimir Guerrero to lead off the bottom of the ninth. Snell finishes his warm-up tosses, and Guerrero steps up. First pitch, bottom of the ninth. Ball 1. One 0 pitch. That's down low. It's 2-0. Snell's 2-0 pitch to Guerrero. Down low, 3-0. Bo Bichette, who hit the 3-run home run in the third, is on deck. Guerrero swings on 3-0, sends it to center. That's going to come up short, and the catch is made by Edman for the first out. Guerrero had the green light on 3-0 and gave it a ride, but hit it to the wrong part of the ballpark, and there's the first out. And the batter's Bo Bichette. Bichette takes strike 1. Bichette 1 for 3. The 3-run homer in the third. He's also reached on a walk. Outside on the 1-0. It's 1-1. One is a little outside. 2-1. Bichette lines this one into left. That's going to be a base hit, and the winning run is on for the Blue Jays with 1 out in the 9th. And Barger will be the batter. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is coming in to run for Bichette at first base. For speed purposes. Here's Barger. Hottest hitter in the World Series for the Blue Jays. He takes low, ball 1. He's singled twice tonight. His World Series average with his 2 for 4 tonight is now .480. Yamamoto is loosening for the Dodgers in the pen. 1-0. 2-0. Kirk is on deck. It's the 2-0 pitch. Strike 1. Kiner-Falefa has very good speed, so a hit to the gap probably ends this game. A ground ball double play will take us to the 10th. 2-1 is a strike at the knees. It's now 2-2. Sir Anthony Dominguez back in the bullpen. That's about the 4th time tonight he's been up warming in the bullpen. 2-2 to Barger. Hit foul. Count stays 2-2. Barger fouled that. Right off his left foot. Trying to walk that off. Two and two, the count on Barger. Trainer out to have a look at Barger along with manager John Schneider. Barger set to go. Stepping back in the box, a 2-2 count. 2-2. Little chopper foul, third base side. Count will stay 2-2. Nerves of steel for everyone at the Rogers Center. 2-2 pitch. Kiner-Falefa does not go. Barger fouls it off again. Be the 7th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Another 2-2 pitch from Snell to Barger. Kiner Falefa, the winning run at first. Takes low. The count is full. Now with Kiner Falefa's speed with one out, do you send him on a 3-2? Not a big lead at first for him. Payoff pitch to Barger. Walks him. That's runners at first and second. The winning run now in scoring position for Toronto. And Kirk coming up. The only run that matters is Kiner Falefa at second base. Out comes Dave Roberts. Is he going to bring Yamamoto in? He is going to bring in Yamamoto. So Yamamoto coming in for the Dodgers. Yamamoto coming off a 6-inning outing last night. It got the win in last night's game. He's coming back in a day later in relief. He threw 96 pitches last night. But is coming on to try to get the final 2 outs and send this game to the 10th inning. Yamamoto out for the 6th time in the postseason. He's 4-1. He's given up 6 runs, 22 hits, 34 2/3 innings. 5 walks, 32 strikeouts. Postseason ERA 1.56. The series winning run, Isaiah Kiner Falefa, is at second base. He's the only run that matters. Alejandro Kirk is coming to the plate. So will this decision pay off? Going with Yamamoto a night after throwing 96 pitches in a Game 6 win. Alejandro Kirk, the batter. Couple singles tonight. Strike one. Oh, 1 pitch. That hit him. Kirk is hit by the pitch, and that loads the bases. And moves the winning run 90 feet away. Ooh. Yep, got him right off the right hand. Bases loaded, 1 out. Varsho, the batter, trying to win the series and win the championship for the Blue Jays right here. Varsho hitless in 4 at-bats tonight. Now with the bases loaded, you've got a situation, wild pitch, pass ball, anything now. Kiner Falefa, a very fast runner. And vice versa on the other side, a ground ball double play can get the Dodgers out of the inning and move us to the 10th. Going to have a defensive change here. Andy Pages is coming into the game in center field to replace Tommy Edman. And Dave Roberts going out to talk to the home plate umpire. So here we go. Bases loaded. 1 out for the Blue Jays. Varsho the batter. Ball 1. One-zero pitch from Yamamoto. Foul ball. 1-1. One. Strike 2. Clement is on deck. Another red-hot hitter for the Blue Jays. He's got 3 hits tonight. 1-2 to Varsho. On the ground to second. The throw home. They get the force out at home. 2 outs. That throw home was just in the nick of time to retire Kiner Falefa. Took a little bit of a bad hop there. Rojas guns and just does get Kiner Falefa at the plate. You know what? Oh my goodness. Did Will Smith's foot come off home plate right before he caught that ball? Oh my goodness. Oh my. Will Smith catches the ball, but it looks like close play, but they're sticking with the edge. Look, Will Smith's foot was awful close to coming up off a home plate right before he caught that ball, but it is an out. So now 2 outs Barger, the winning run at third. Clement, the batter. Clement sends it in the air to left, and it's going to be caught! Pages collided with Hernandez in left. Pages made the catch. And this Game 7 is heading to the 10th. Near disaster for the Dodgers in the 9th inning. Blue Jays leave them loaded. On we go to the 10th, 4-4. My goodness gracious. Freeman, Betts, and Muncy, the three hitters, due up for the Dodgers in the 10th inning. Sir Anthony Dominguez coming in to pitch the 10th for the Blue Jays. Dominguez on for the 12th time in the postseason. He's 2-0. Getting up 4 runs, 4 hits in 10 1/3 innings. Walked 9, struck out 10. Postseason ERA of 3.48. And Freddie Freeman, who's 1 for 4, leads it off in the 10th inning. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who pinch ran for Bichette's, going to stay in the game at second base. Game-tying home run by Miguel Rojas in the top of the 9th. And then 2 near misses by the Blue Jays to win it in the bottom of the 9th. So here we go, top of the 10th inning. Freddie Freeman leading it off. He's 1 for 4. He hit the extra inning home run in Game 3 for the Dodgers. First pitch from Dominguez, top 10, foul ball, strike 1. So with the Blue Jays leaving the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th, they have now left 13 runners on base tonight. 0-1 pitch. Outside, 1-1 to Freeman. Freeman, Betts, and Muncy, the 3 scheduled hitters for the Dodgers here in the 10th. One. Freeman sends it in the air to left. And on the warning track, the catch made in left field for the first out. Miles Straw with the grab. And that will bring up Mookie Betts. Betts hitless in 3 at-bats tonight. Did walk and score in the 6th inning. Ball 1. For looking to the Blue Jays half of the 10th, Jimenez, and then the top of the order, Springer and Straw. Guerrero would be due up 4th. Foul ball on the 1-0 pitch. That'll even the count 1-1. 1-1. Inside, 2-1. Two one pitch. Up high, 3-1. The count to Mookie Betts. Three one. That's ball four. That's a one-out walk to Mookie Betts. And it'll bring up Muncy. Muncy hit the home run in the 8th inning that cut the deficit to 1 run. Swing and a miss. Strike one. A 1 pitch down low, 1-1. One pitch. 2-1. Dominguez on the 2-1 pitch looks. Betts over back to first. 2-1 pitch to Muncy. Foul ball. Count goes to 2-2. Two. Up the middle, base hit. Holding at second is Betts, and the Dodgers have 2 on with 1 out in the 10th for Teoscar Hernandez. Teoscar Hernandez 0 for 3. Does have a sacrifice fly. That came back in the 4th. Go ahead run in scoring position for the Dodgers. 1 out in the 10th. Pitch to Teoscar Hernandez. Ball 1. Betts at second. Muncy at first. Strike 1 to Teoscar Hernandez. One swing and a miss. 1-2. The count on Teoscar Hernandez. One, two. Down low. 2-2. Pages is on deck. Two pitch. Foul back. Teoscar Hernandez stays alive. 2-2. 2-2 pitch again from Dominguez to Teoscar Hernandez. Just missed the outside corner. It's a full count. That was outside, but barely. A full count, 3-2. That's ball 4, and the Dodgers have loaded the bases with 1 out in the 10th. And it'll bring up Andy Pages, who's been in a serious postseason funk. He's just 4 for 50 in the postseason, 0-67 in the World Series, but what a time it would be to break out of that funk. Bases loaded, 1 out. Pete Walker out to pitching coach out to have a word with Dominguez. Pages made that defensive play with the catch that ended the bottom of the 9th. He collided with Kike Hernandez out there in left center. So Pages, for the moment, has saved the Dodgers season. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Upstairs on the 0-1, it's 1-1. Kike Hernandez on deck. One. Little low, 2-1. Two-one pitch. Grounder to short. They throw home and get the lead runner there. 2 down. And the batter will be Kike Hernandez with the bases loaded now and 2 outs. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Kike Hernandez, the batter, he's 1 for 4. Singled back in the 6th. Ball 1. One-zero pitch. Swing and a miss. One pitch. Check swing. Hit to first. The throw over to first, covering, and the out is recorded. The Dodgers leave the bases loaded in the top of the 10th. See, if the Dodgers were going to challenge that play at first base, it does not appear they're going to. It is an out. Bottom of the 10th we go. Again, the Blue Jays a chance to win it. Jimenez and the top of the order. Springer and Straw, the 3 scheduled hitters. And actually, we are going to have a look at this. But from all the angles I saw, it did appear that Dominguez beat Kike Hernandez to the bag by about a half step. Yes, the runner is out. So the Dodgers down to one challenge. I mean, you haven't used any challenges, so I mean, if you're Dave Roberts, I don't know what you have to lose there by going ahead and challenging that. It could be your season right there. So Jimenez, Springer, and Miles Straw, 3 scheduled hitters in the bottom of the 10th for the Blue Jays. Yamamoto probably back out to pitch here in the bottom of the 10th. He only threw 7 pitches in the bottom of the 9th. So here we go. First pitch, bottom 10, strike 1 to Jimenez, who's 1 for 3 tonight. Swing and a miss on the 0-1. It's 0-2. Pitch. Chopper to second. Jimenez retired for the first out in the 10th. And back to the top of the order, Springer. Inside to Springer, ball 1. One-0 pitch. Down low, it's 2-0 to Springer. Miles Straw is on deck. If either Springer or Straw gets on, Guerrero's up. It's 3-0 now to Springer. Yamamoto's 3-0 pitch to Springer, taking all the way, and it's a strike right down the middle. 3-1. Strike two. Full count now on Springer. Payoff 3-2 pitch to Springer from Yamamoto. Foul off his foot. Springer has gotten beat up here in this postseason. Another 3-2 payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Springer went after ball 4. 2 down in the 10th. And Myles Straw, the batter. First at bat tonight. He's looking for his first World Series hit. He's 0 for 8. Straw goes after the first pitch, hits it foul and out of play for strike 1. So this World Series game will now end on a Sunday as it is just past the midnight hour in Toronto. 0-1 is low, 1-1. Guerrero on deck. One. In the air to right, Teoscar Hernandez, and this game moves into the 11th inning. 4-4 on to the 11th. Rojas, and then the top of the order, Ohtani and Will Smith. Due up for the Dodgers in the top of the 11th. So here we go. Rojas, who hit the game-tying home run in the 9th, will lead it off. Shane Bieber in to pitch for the Blue Jays here in the 11th. First pitch to Rojas is a strike. Bieber out for the 5th time in the postseason, 2-0 record. He's given up 7 runs, 20 hits, 17 and 2/3 innings, walked 6, struck out 18, postseason ERA of 3.57. And that's a bouncer to third. That's going to be a tough play. The quick throw to first is in time to retire Rojas for the first out in the 11th. And here comes Ohtani. 2 for 4 with a couple singles tonight. Bieber, the 7th pitcher for the Blue Jays tonight. Ohtani on 1 hop to second. 2 out in the 11th. Ohtani now 2 for 5, and here's Will Smith. Smith on the night is 1 for 5. Ball 1. Smith doubled and scored back in the 4th inning. 2-0. Looking to the Blue Jays 11th. Guerrero, Kiner Falefa, and Barger. 3, 4, and 5 in the lineup. That ball's hit well into left. At the track, at the wall, it is gone! Will Smith, a go-ahead home run in the 11th for the Dodgers. And it's 5-4 LA. Will Smith goes deep for the 2nd time in this postseason, and this one could be the one that gives the Dodgers their 2nd consecutive World Series title. (2-0). Strike 1 to Freddie Freeman. (2-1) is inside. 3-1 now on Freddie Freeman. Mookie Betts on deck. Strike 2. Freeman thought he had drawn ball 4. He was starting to walk to first base. (3-2). Hit foul. (3-2) to Freeman up the middle, but playing that way is the shortstop Jimenez. And that does it. But the Will Smith home run in the top of the 11th has given the Dodgers the lead. Bottom 11 coming. 5-4 LA. But the Blue Jays do have some strong hitters coming up. Guerrero, Kiner Falefa, and Barger. So this game's not in the bag yet for the Dodgers. Guerrero's hitless tonight. He will lead it off in the bottom of the 11th. Third home run tonight for the Dodgers. All three since the 8th inning. The Miguel Rojas home run tied it in the 9th. And now the Will Smith home run in the 11th puts the Dodgers in front. And Yamamoto on to try to get the final 3 outs and give the Dodgers their second consecutive World Series championship. Guerrero 0 for 4. He has reached on a walk and scored a run tonight. Guerrero stepping up. Yamamoto, a night after throwing 96 pitches. On to try to get the final 3 outs. First pitch, bottom 11, ball 1. Justin Dean comes into the game in center field. Pages, who was playing center, moves to right. 1-0 to Guerrero, misses. It's 2-0. And the new second baseman for the Dodgers, Hyesung Kim. 2-0 is a strike. 2-1 the count on Vladimir Guerrero. Yamamoto's 2-1 pitch to Guerrero. Strike 2. Two-two pitch. Inside, full count. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa on deck. Payoff to Guerrero. Line to left field. That is a fair ball into the corner. Guerrero has a leadoff double in the bottom of the 11th. Tying run in scoring position for the Blue Jays, and the batter will be Isaiah Kiner-Falefa getting his first at bat of the night. Kiner-Falefa in the postseason, 6 out of 37. 162 average. Hitting just .063 in the World Series. Showing bunt and lays it down. It's a perfect bunt. It'll advance Guerrero to third. Sacrifice successful. And Barger the batter. So the tying run 90 feet away. Mark Pryor going out along with Yamamoto's interpreter. Kershaw is in the bullpen warming for the Dodgers along with Sasaki. Tying run at third is Guerrero. Barger at the plate with a couple singles tonight. He's 2 for 4, and he's also reached on a walk. Ball 1. One 0 pitch to Barger. 2-0. Kirk on deck. Two 0 pitch, not close. 3-0. Yamamoto's 3-0 pitch. That's a 4-pitch walk to Barger, and now the winning run is on at first for the Blue Jays. And Alejandro Kirk is the batter. Tying run at third. Winning run at first. But it also sets up a double play that could end it. Here's Kirk. Bouncer foul, strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch to Kirk. Strike 2. Oh, 2. Broken bat's hit to short, and that is a game-ending double play, and the Dodgers have won it. Back-to-back championships for the Los Angeles Dodgers. 2 more left on for the Blue Jays in the 11th. Third championship in 6 years for the Los Angeles Dodgers. A Will Smith home run in the top of the 11th wins it. Yamamoto picks up the win for the second straight night. And Bieber, who gave up the home run to Smith in the 11th, suffers the loss. Five runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. They left 10 on base. 4 runs, 14 hits, no errors for the Blue Jays. They left 14 on base. And Dave Roberts and the Los Angeles Dodgers become the first back-to-back World Series champions since the Yankees three-peated in the late 90s and 2000. This is a team you can never count out. The Blue Jays were 2 outs away from a championship until the game-tying home run by Rojas in the 9th. And then Will Smith's 11th inning homer wins it. And Clayton Kershaw vows into the land of retirement with back-to-back championships. Gonna keep the live stream on here to see who gets named MVP of the World Series. This is going to be an interesting choice. Looking through the stats here. Going to be an interesting choice as to who they pick for MVP. The Dodgers find a way again. I'm running through the stats right now. This has got to be a record for most runners left on base in a playoff series. $14 left on base tonight for the Blue Jays. $8 last night. This is incredible. In the 7 games in this series combined, the Blue Jays left 66 runners on base in the 7-game series. That is just an incredible number. That is almost 10 a game. And the Blue Jays unable to get the big hit. Well, I was going to stay on the live stream to see who gets MVP, but this looks like it may take a while before they get to the announcement. But how about this performance? Yamamoto pitched 96 innings just one night ago and pitches another 34 and gets the final outs. To give the Dodgers their third World Series championship in the last 6 years. Still going to stay on here until they announce the World Series MVP. I'm not sure. They would probably not give it to a pitcher. But I'm not sure you don't give it to Yamamoto. But again, I'm not sure they're going to give it to a pitcher. And now going into next year, what will this Dodgers roster look like? And the same for the Blue Jays. Miguel Rojas is a free agent, so we'll see what Rojas has going forward, as he's the only major one on the free agent side for the Dodgers. Meanwhile, for Toronto, you've got Bo Bichette that is going to be a free agent now here at the end of the season. Shane Bieber, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, and Sir Anthony Dominguez also becoming free agents. So interesting to see what the Blue Jays elect to do with those four going forward. Again, I'm staying on the live stream here until they announce the World Series MVP, and then I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the evening. A reminder to all of you, if you still have the manual clocks, don't forget to set that back an hour. As we go into, is it standard time we're going into now? I get those two mixed up, daylight savings and standard time. So the Fox broadcast has just resumed, so I'm assuming they're getting ready to go down to the field and with the trophy presentation and the MVP presentation. That is something I wish I could do for you folks that join me on the live stream. I wish I could show the game as well as give commentary, but I would get copyright busted if I tried that, so it's just not worth the risk to try that. Right now, the Fox broadcast is showing Joe Davis and John Smoltz in the booth, two of the best in the business, by the way. So the Dodgers end up going 17-4 in the playoffs this year. It was looking bleak for the Dodgers in this one. They fell behind 3-0 and cut it to 3-2 before the Blue Jays got an insurance run. Then a homer in the 8th and a homer in the 9th that tied it. And then Will Smith's game-winning home run in the top of the 11th inning. Okay, looks like we're finally getting set for the trophy presentation down on the field. Like Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred down on the field. I'm actually, for the first time ever on live, I'm actually going to turn the volume on the TV up so I can hear what they're. Trophy presentation to the. I don't know if he's the CEO, general manager. Oh, I'm not sure. Is the owner. You got to give your hats off to the Toronto Blue Jays, though, from last place in the American League East a season ago, making it all the way to Game 7 and 2 outs away. Just could not close it out. Dave Roberts getting interviewed right now. Kevin Burkhardt did just make a great point when he was interviewing Dave Roberts. I mean, he went deep into the bench. And going to as many starters in Game 7 as he did. And I tell you what, Yamamoto, absolutely incredible after throwing 96 pitches just one night ago. Coming in this one and pitching 2 2/3 and 34 more pitches to get the win. And they're giving the MVP award now. And they are giving the MVP to Yamamoto. I think that is the correct choice. The complete came in Game 2. 6 innings, 96 pitches last night. And getting the relief appearance of 2 2/3, 34 pitches tonight. He won 3 games. He won 3 of the 4 games in the World Series. I think that's the only person, then the correct choice you could have given it to was Yamamoto. He's just the 14th pitcher in World Series history to win 3 World Series games. Incredible. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, World Series MVP for 2025. The Dodgers win it 5-4 in 11 innings and take the series in 7. It's going to wrap it up on the live stream tonight. Again, my name is John, Sports Bonanza John on YouTube. If you do like my content, really would appreciate a like and subscribe. Also on Kick, you can follow me there at Sports Kick John. I'm going to be going back on Twitch coming up on Monday. I was thinking about getting rid of my Twitch page, but I'm going to go ahead and probably go back on there for some content starting next week. Sport Guru John, you can follow me there on Twitch as well. Be back tomorrow night, Sunday night NFL, Seahawks, Washington. Be a live stream tomorrow night, and then we'll be on Monday night for the opening night of college basketball, defending national champions Florida and Arizona to kick off the college basketball season. Going to wrap